Hello, Frank von Waffen. Hello, the executioner. Look, it's the skinny guy. Yeah. Showed your channel to my mom via video call to make her understand what is Twitch. Oh shit, that's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Twitch is full of boob streamers and gamers, and I do blacksmithing. That's not at all a proper representation. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hello, Frank von Waffen's mom. Hello, Jazzmanian. We're forging something different today. What up, Captain Cowboy? This is a rod of turning brass. We're gonna forge this today if we can. It's once day, so we're making once. Hello, Mr. Bing. And we will, we'll take this, make some once. Before we do that, I gotta get my music sorted. The song station for this, like, there's a really good track, but the song station for it is bad. Just can I not generate a new song rate? Alright, let's go with this. This song on my mind. Good, not Cat the Bat. Hello, Valkyrie. I got my glasses on last. That's bad. It's the wrong order of doing things. Put on the glasses first, so you don't have a bunch of shit in the way. There we go. Fogged up my glasses, but it should be fine. Alright, good. Let me see here. Alright, so we're gonna get ready to do some forging. We're live on Reddit and Twitch at the same time. Hello, NBS It's nice to have someone doing manual work as a company while I'm working from home. Yeah. Alright, so as I said, we'll be forging brass. We're gonna try and make a brass wand. The thing about forging brass that you need to know before we get started is the forging temperature of brass is about 800 degrees Celsius, quite a bit lower than steel. The melting temperature of brass is about 900 degrees Celsius, quite a bit lower than steel. That forge is running at around 1200, 1300 degrees Celsius, which means if I'm not careful, I'm gonna melt this entire piece of brass. Also, brass work hardens, which means if I forge too much of it, it'll get hard and it'll crack and it'll break. So I'll have to anneal it. The way you anneal brass is by quenching it. Oppositely of steel, you cool it rapidly to make it soft. There's a little bit different. Oh, can't clean it up. That's too heavy. Brass is really expensive too. Don't want to melt too much of it. What I need is I need to make sure that I actually have water. But I've got a lot of ice. I need to make sure I have water to do that annealing. There we go. I'm gonna get a hammer out. I'm gonna correct my camera a little bit because it's way bright for some reason. Or the color is off on the Twitch stream rather. I'm on Twitch stream. Open up the thing. There we go. So slow. White balance is. Oh, it's because it's running auto. Oh, that's a little too yellow. Never mind. Oh, it's running. Oh, I gotta reset it. God damn it. That's just the way it goes with these. I hate technology. Technology is the worst. Just fucking kill it. It was never meant to be part of our daily lives like this. It wasn't designed for that. It's feature creep. It's like the scope isn't being. The original scope of the idea it's been lost. There we go. That's better. All right. Oh, we got a lot of people watching from Reddit now. Oh my god. Let me see here. No, I'm not producing chemical weapons. Are you wearing headphones to protect your hearing from constant ringing? No, I'm wearing headphones or hearing protection to protect my ears from hearing damage, not from ringing. There's no constant ringing in here. It's just, it's not loud and you lose your hearing. Well, I don't mind. Like, I used to be okay with tech, but then I got old. Right? I used to play games all the time. I used to program websites. I studied 3D animation. I used to be all into that PC shit. And then I got old and cranky. And now I'm kind of like, nah, I just want to give me a piece of steel and let me hit that. Rest. Yes. Senior years of 29. I turned 30 in a month and a half. And I could potentially use this if it'll work. Fuck, it won't. Like, it's too cold for this to work. It's literally freezing over. What I'd like to do is I'd like to prevent having a straight flame onto this. There are two reasons. I'm putting a tube into the forge. There are two reasons for this. One, it kind of mellows out the temperature, so it's not as harsh. It gives it a more even temperature on the steel. Once that tube gets heated up, you can imagine like it'll soak up the direct blast and then dissipate it kind of more evenly. And the other reason is if I melt the brass, I would like to contain it just a little bit. And I'm hoping that tube there might do that. But I gotta be careful about it. If it exceeds 900 degrees, that melts. That's. Yeah. Have you done much brass? I have forged a ring. A little over a year ago, I forged a brass ring. There's a video on YouTube about me doing that. And that's pretty much all I've done with brass. I tried forging some other pieces I have, but they cracked really easily, so I let them be. No, it is not dangerous to have that tank where it is. If it was dangerous, I wouldn't be doing it. 2.4k viewers, 42 upvotes. Yes, because I literally just went live like 5 minutes ago. Hey, I already claimed him. No, no, it wasn't the One Ring. No, it wasn't. Close though. No, it wasn't. So this is where the MC is going to be OP after crafting a good weapon. What? Yeah, so a rule of thumb that I've been told is that if you forge 1/3 of the material, then you need to anneal afterward. We're just gonna see if we can do it. It will probably crack on us. It's very difficult to forge brass. Yes, it's running off of gas. How does it maintain 900? Well, it runs to like 1300 degrees C, but yeah, it runs on propane and blower that forces air in. But it's Wednesday, so we're making Wednesday. You would have needed a pretty small hammer to make a ring. No. What? No. Like I forge everything with a 1 kilo hammer pretty much. Like it's not the size. It's not the size. It's how you use it. It's gonna be like it's cold as fuck out here. It's freezing. I don't know how much because my infrared thermometer actually is like so cold it doesn't work. But I have to heat it up. But since the forge is just firing up, it'll take a little while to get up to heat. Doing it like this might actually be way too slow, but we'll see. Hello, Oliver. Hello everyone from the Reddit streams. For those who don't know, I run this blacksmith shop here, part-time. I live stream every Monday, Wednesday and Thursday on both Reddit and Twitch. If you want to watch from Twitch, there's a little bit of a better camera setup there. So you can watch from there if you want to. That is twitch.tv/Martilo Workshop. I also have a web shop where I sell my stuff. That's martilo.dk. If you want links to any and all of my things, there's an overlay right there with a link tree on it. You follow that link tree, it'll give you links to everything. It's freezing here. I don't know by how much. Enough that my thermometer isn't working. See, it's starting to change color. That's because brass is zinc and copper alloy. This is turning brass, which means it contains about 3% lead to make it more malleable or gummy, so it turns better. That also means this is toxic. Don't breathe this. I'm okay in here. Big room, big open door, but you just want to. That's something to be aware of. What do you do for a living? I work part-time in municipality-run youth clubs, social clubs for teenagers. How's the progress with the one coming along? I just started. Not only is lead poisonous, so is zinc. When you heat up zinc, it forms zinc oxide. That'll kill you. Please put on a respirator if it's toxic. It's not that toxic. It's not like I'm gonna turn around and then just fall over and die. You get symptoms if you get a high level of zinc. If you get zinc poisoning or lead poisoning, there are symptoms. Those symptoms, if you are aware of them, are very, very easy to manage or to feel and then like adjust. If you're not aware of them, you'll think you're having a cold or you're just a little bit nauseous, and then you keep going and you get worse and worse and suddenly you die. But it takes a lot of exposure for that to happen, but it has happened. People have died because they weren't. Well, there's a story from the US about a guy who died. He was aware enough to send everyone else out of the shop, but he kept working and apparently died like a fucking idiot. Right? So it's not like a lightning strike that randomly kills you. It is a slow and steady. It takes maybe 16 hours. And that's if you're like doing a lot of like zinc forging. If you're working with galvanized or doing something with zinc, you gotta be like. Brass is something like, what, 30% zinc? Got this to a red hot so we can start to try and forge this a little. Hello, Bramwell. Funny thing about brass is how soft it is. It moves a lot faster than steel does. Now it's too cold. You actually go by sound oftentimes because it's not too cold, but you go by it's no longer incandescent, right? So it's no longer bright red. So I can no longer see the temperature of it. So when this gets too cold, I have to judge by the sound that it makes, the ping, when I strike it. There we go. Now it's too cold. So that it gets more tingy as it gets colder, and when it's hot, it's a thump. But when it gets cold, it gets tingy. And I just want to see, I just gave it a few little hits here, and you guys should be able to tell that I've made quite a little indent there. I'm gonna do some more of that. I actually want to round up the tip. Nice, another sweet? How dare you? Jävla svenskar! Du pratar skit. What? No, I'm Danish. Why are you lightly bouncing the hammer again after hitting? That's just to check the work and turn it. Why do you need to brush it? That's just to kind of get rid of some of the surface oxidation that happens. Just to kind of see what it looks like. I wanted to see if any cracks were developing. Looks good thus far. So here in the beginning, the main part for me is figuring out a good process for working this. For those who don't know how brass works, it's very different from steel. The way steel works is that you heat it up, you hammer it as long as it's heat. When it gets cold, you can't hammer it anymore. If you want to make it soft, you let it cool down very, very slowly. Brass is different. Brass melts at a lower temperature. It is also forging at a lower temperature. And instead of having a color to go by, you have to go by sound, because the color isn't really there when you're forging it. The because it forges at such a low temperature where it's not incandescent. Or iridescent. I don't know which one it is. Incandescent, I think. And it gets hard by being hammered. It work hardens quite a bit. So that means if you moved it a little bit, you need to soften it. The way you soften brass is you cool it down fast, whereas steel, if you cool it down fast, it gets hard. It's opposite for brass. So I'm gonna what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one heat forging and then take another heat to heat it up and then quench it. And that quench will anneal it, make it soft, and I'm going to be testing if that will prevent it from cracking and breaking. But I want to be very, very careful with the temperature of this so I don't melt it. I'm making a brass one. It's Wednesday, so we're making ones. So I cooled this off. This should be now be soft as a baby's buttocks. It's still gonna be brass. It's still hard. It's still metal, but it should be annealed. I will be making a brass hammer tomorrow if I can get this to work, probably. We'll have to see. But yeah, it's a bit of a challenge forging brass. I just started working with forging brass and copper. It's a nice, easy metal to start with. It moves easily, but it's tricky for all sorts of other reasons. The Romans used brass because it's castable. Steel isn't. But brass is also forgeable. And that's more fun. I'm a blacksmith, I forge stuff, I don't cast things. So having it in this tube here slows down how quickly it heats up. Right now, I think like it's slow. It's pretty, very slow. But it gives me more time to read chat and respond without risking it melting. Yeah. Why is brass tricky? For the reasons I just explained. So it work hardens while you forge it, and you have to anneal it by quenching. And the forging temperature is 800 degrees Celsius. The melting temperature is 900 degrees Celsius. My forge goes to 1300 degrees Celsius. That's bad math. And it forges at a temperature where it is not incandescent, which means that you can't tell when it gets from hot to cold because it's already lost its incandescent properties by the time it's like when you're forging it. So you have to go by sound. The ting it makes, the sound of the hammer hitting the steel or the brass, tells me what temperature it is. And that is what makes it tricky. So I would heat it up so it's slightly incandescent, like a low red color, and then I pull it out and start forging it, and until it's like at a black heat, and I'll continue until I start hearing the feeling and hearing a difference that tells me that it's harder. Brass does corrode or oxide in with like a verdigris kind of look like copper. It's actually giving me plenty of time putting it in there. What do you think about Damascus steel? It's a pretty thing that has no functional purpose. It's just a way for people to increase the value of the products they make, so they don't have to sell as many. They can just make, like, instead of making 10 knives and selling, they can make one knife that's Damascus and sell for the same price of 10. It is a way to balance out the niche market that you're working with, right? Because not a lot of people want hand-forged goods like knives. So you just take one knife and you make it really, really nice and sell it for a lot more than if you made 10 that were cheaper. There's really only two steels anyone uses for knives: carbon steel and stainless steel. Yeah, unless we're in the Bronze Age, where they cast bronze. When I go, did they go good luck? I've been doing this for 2.5 years. I am 29. Yeah. Where are you in Denmark? Hobro, which is the northern part. No apprentice? Nope. I don't have an apprentice. The guy you've seen in the forge is one of my friends. Watching you while I'm building a Lego Technic set. Nice way to spend lockdown. Yeah, I guess. Yes, brass is like brass is copper and zinc. Okay, I'm not sure. I think it's taking too long, so I'm just gonna put it like straight in the fire, be a little bit more aware. Like that tube keeps the temperature way too low, or maybe it just keeps it exactly right. I don't know. It's difficult to tell, but it does get incandescent. When I heat it up like that. So now there's a slight red tinge to it. You can pull that out. I'm gonna forge the corners here down. There's a rule of thumb about work hardening brass, I've been told, which is 1/3 deformation, then you need to anneal it, and 1/3 is not a lot because it really does move very, very quickly, and you don't get a lot of like time to clean it up, really. So it's a really it's weird. So now that was that heat. Like I don't know what more to do. But I want to kind of give it a round thing. I'm just kind of playing around with it. So now I'm gonna anneal it once again. I'm gonna do that every other heat and see if that will work out. You gotta be really finicky with brass. So one heat working it, one heat annealing, otherwise you are going to break it, and it does. I forged a brass ring a year ago, and the first ring just broke on me. Just picking it up, it fell apart. That anneals that. Makes it soft, makes the grain structure smaller, or at least it should, so it doesn't break on us. Yeah, you don't cast. You can't cast steel. You can cast steel, but you can't forge cast steel. That's why it's called cast steel. If you heat up cast steel, it breaks because of the high carbon content. Like it'll just break apart in small bits if you hit it with a hammer. I've done that before just to kind of show how that works. Take a piece of cast iron, not cast steel, cast iron, smack it with a hammer, it just blows to pieces. Don't actually need this, it doesn't get hot enough. bit cold when I anneal it, so it takes a while to heat up again, even though it's straight in the flame. Starting to get there. Slightly red incandescent. There we go. We got some slight. I'm gonna do a little bit of bumping here, just to push that down so we don't get any fish mouthing. Now I'm actually gonna try and round this up a little bit. Gotta be so careful with how we move this. Yeah, it's too cold now. We didn't move that very much, so I don't think we have to anneal through this heat here, because that was just kind of like the end being flattened and then just rounding up that outer. But what we need is a rounding hammer for the next part, which is this hammer here. This is a 500 gram hammer I forged with a very rounded face, very good. I'm gonna go over the horn. We're going to shape it up. The horn has a rounded convex surface, which will help us keep that shape that we want. And we already got that at the temp again. It goes very, very fast. And if I get this wrong, it'll break now. But it's doing alright because we're forging somewhere else, where it has not had a chance to work harden or anything like that. Now it's starting to get cold, it's no longer incandescent. So we gotta go by sound and feel. There we go, I'm gonna call it there. Very, very careful forging. I wanna thin this down, I wanna kinda have a ball at the end and thin this down. We did move the steel a little bit there, so we're going to anneal again. Wondering if the steel block you hammer on was highly heated. Nope. It does cool down the steel, but not too badly. It takes way more energy to heat up this piece of steel than it does heating up whatever I have in the forge. So a lot of people are like, oh, you should preheat the anvil. No, I shouldn't, because this is a 120 kilo piece of steel. So it takes way more to heat that than just heating this. Gonna take a look at it here. It looks solid, so forgeable. Okay. Let me see here. What I'm doing is I'm making it's Wednesday, and Wednesday is ones day. On Wednesdays we make ones, Harry Potter style ones. I've made some that you can see on my Instagram and on my web shop. Martilo.dk is my web shop. I also live stream to Twitch right now if you want to have a better camera view of what goes on at the anvil. Yeah, I make on Wednesdays I make ones and I sell those ones in my shop. And right now we're working with a brass, which is a very different kind of metal to forge. Normally you work with steel. And so we're just kind of getting a feel for the brass forging. The reason why I tap the anvil with the hammer is because I'm moving the steel on my left. Or not the steel, the brass. You can hear it in the way I talk, I keep referring to it as steel because I always work with steel. Normally I keep up better with chat, but this melts at 900 degrees Celsius and the forge is set up to run to 1300 degrees, so I gotta be careful with it. I have not done ASMR. A lot of people do enjoy the soothing sound. Ever dented the anvil? Yeah. Watch my Twitch, Matilo Workshop. I'm Matilo Workshop everywhere. Okay, a slight bit more heat here. I'm gonna take that out. There we go. That's what I wanted. This is hexagonal, which is a little bit of a weird shape actually to fold. Back in the day, all steel came in hexagonal. Back when it was shaped more manually. Or octagonal rather. Oh, now it's too cold. There's a change, changing the sound very clear. So that heat there was just kind of cleaning up the steel a little bit. It's very, it's so easy to get all out of alignment because of how soft it is. So tricky. Especially because of I think I'm gonna try this. This is a 1 kilo. It has a little bit of a less rounded face. Might make it easier. Making one. I'm gonna cut off some of this. I'm not gonna make the entire thing. But yeah. I'm gonna take another heat without annealing. It might be a little bit risky. Right now, I've been trying to maintain the hexagonal, but I'm not sure it's actually a good. I'm not sure that's gonna work. Just because it's almost impossible to keep even. I'm gonna have to take that and anneal that now, I think. I actually already got a little bit of a cold shot in there. The alternative to keeping it hexagonal is to round it up. That would work alright as well. I might do that. No, brass is a fantastic heat conductor. The building is from 1912. It's an old stables. But heat doesn't just magically jump like 60 centimeters. Even though it's a good heat conductor. Okay, I'm gonna round that up. Should be easier. So I'm gonna take off those corners. Also get that heated up. But yeah, good morning. I'm sorry I can't keep much up with the Reddit chat. If you want to like have me pay a little bit more attention to you, go to the Twitch channel, and when you type out in the Twitch chat, just add Matilo Workshop in your message, and it highlights for me. Unfortunately, there's no such thing for the Reddit chat because it's kind of underdeveloped. Dude, get some coffee, you look cold. How the fuck is coffee going to help with that, bitch? Like what? That's a 1300 degrees Celsius hot forge. How is coffee going to help me if I look cold? We're doing a test piece on, as I said, making a wand out of brass. Tomorrow I have an idea, I'm intending on making a brass hammer tomorrow to have a soft blow hammer. And today we're just taking the opportunity to play around with it a little bit and get a feel for how it forges before I go ahead and bring out I have a big piece of turning brass that's this size and cross section, like this tall. But yeah, we're making once. It's Wednesday. The most modern tech in here. Yeah, they're LED, so they are. No, probably my camera. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna knock the corners off of this now. We have decided to round this up. And we're doing that over the horn because the horn is curved, it is convex, and that helps us with maintaining the round on this piece here. And we're just knocking the corners off. Alright, so that's a little bit of a heat. We're gonna put it back in there. I'm gonna take a different hammer now and blemish that up. Not gonna anneal now because I didn't move it that much. I got a really annoying cold shot here. This is gonna fuck up the file, but it is only going to get worse if I don't get rid of it. Cold shot is when the material folds in on itself and creates a little pocket. The term comes from when you forge weld and you make a shot that is cold, which means it hasn't welded. So a cold shot. Thankfully, brass is really easy to file, but this. The way it behaves is also really making a very deep shot here. So it takes a little bit here to get rid of that. And I need to get all the way rid of it. Then once I've filed this, we're going to anneal it. Once again, this is very slow forging, but it is the way to go thus far. God damn, that's deep. But it gets nice and shiny when we file the surface away. Give me a moment. Giving that a little bit of heat to make it easier to file. And then because the brush gets or the file gets kind of scooped up with brass, we're gonna take a brass brush, interesting enough, just pull that out of there. You use a brass brush because it doesn't ruin the steel teeth on the file. This has gotten a little bit more heat. And you've got to take care of these kind of issues. As soon as you see them, otherwise they just get getting worse, and I actually ignored this thing a little bit because I thought I could hammer it out. But just the way brass behaves, turns out that wasn't the case, and then it got kind of severe. Kind of developed a little bit of a crack. Hey, Miss Bispo. Alright. So that's how that looks. Going to anneal that, gonna clean this up. That nice little brass brush. Okay, let me see here what chat is saying. Why do we tap the anvil after strike? Because I'm adjusting the metal with my left hand. Yeah, so, and it's a cold shut, so S-H-U-T, like shut in. That got a little bit hot there. Yeah, it's very, very slow forging brass. When we're forging steel, we can just go hard on it and hammer it as hard as we want, just kind of like push through. Forging brass is entirely different. You gotta go very, very methodically and carefully at work, because it's a very requires a bit more finesse to forge for the reasons I've explained earlier. There. No, you can't pound it as hard as you want. Hello, bread. Sometimes you just want to pound hard, okay? And it can actually be a little bit frustrating that you gotta be so methodical and careful with it if you just want to go. Sometimes it's nicer to work with a material where you don't have to be so careful with it. It's okay just being like, well, hammered. So I'm gonna thin this down some more, maintaining this kind of curvature, trying to make sure that I get it to a good. Hey, Pooh. Gotten a little bit cold now, but I want to make this nice and round. And then I wanted to keep the flare out up here, round it all up, have a nice sharp edge all the way around. And then I'm gonna move back here later, where we can get to hammer it a little bit harder. But of course, we're going to polish this up. This is going to be a nice. When we're forging brass, it doesn't really oxidize much. It does get darker, but it doesn't get pitting the same way steel does. So it's easier. We file it up. We file it a little bit to clean it up, and then we polish it up, and we'll have a very nice one. That's the idea. You just gotta not break it, really. Hands look red from the cold. No, they're probably more likely red from the like the camera just shows the colors off. Period. I'm listening to a weird playlist today. It's like a Russian a cappella band radio thing. I don't know. It's a weird mix of things. How do I make the brass thin? Hammering it. Just hammering it, just forging it down. What are we making today? A brass wand. We're going very slowly, very methodically at this. Because brass is finicky as fuck to forge. Hey Akers. The brassmith, yes. So when you talk about an alloy or metal, you have to consider the trade-offs of all the properties. Yep, indeed. Where do you live? I live in Hobro, Denmark. I'm gonna anneal this. And then we've annealed it. You can also take a look at it, get a tactile feel for it, right? Sometimes it can be difficult to tell if you're working with organic shapes, how they're kind of shaping up. But we cool that down, we can take a look at it. Alright, that's a start. Right now I have a little bit of fish mouthing near the butt cap of it, but I'm actually kind of okay with that. I'm considering just like kind of going like adopting that. And just kind of actually making that a thing. And I think I will. I think it'll be a good look. The problem is I can't file on the inside there, so I gotta polish that clean. How many hammers do you have? Like 10 or something. How's your thumb, by the way? Oh, it's pretty good. Well, it keeps opening back up because it's on the top of the joint, but it's fine. I'm a little bit low on propane right now. It's not doing so hot. You want to move to Denmark? Well, look. I'm gonna take this, put it over the edge, use this hammer to shape up the butt of it. It's an attempt to try and even that out. Does that work? No, it does not. Shit. And I am smelling cracks. Oh, all right. I'm gonna take a heat here. We want to clean up that bevel. Kind of thinking, can you make custom stuff? Yes, I can. There's a page about it on my web shop. All right, need to change the music up. Because this music is horrible. Okay. That because I need go. For some reason, the web player is off. I'm gonna switch to playlist. Thanks for the stop. Three months. I appreciate it, man. Hijacks. Surely you'd burn your hand if you touch the steel or the metal when it's heating up? No. You can also pull it out when it is hot and touch it, right? If you're quick enough about it, it's not a problem. I sometimes do that with 1300 degree hot steel when it's like bright orange. If you're quick enough, it doesn't actually get to conduct the heat. It still smells like bacon though. Going over the horn here. I cannot get rid of that fucking cold shot. I have to grab this half round, and then go from this side, clean that up. So fucking heavy too. Clean up the file. My right hand is more callous, but that's from swinging a hammer. Yeah, no, I know. It's like the questions are like people who are like never done anything physical in their lives before. Like, is it hot if you touch this steel? Do you get calluses by working? Like, it's like what? Next up, someone is going to ask, do you move if you run? But I get, like sometimes when you watch a stream, your brain just kind of turns off, and then I don't know. Maybe people are just really high. I don't know. So this should be annealed right now. It does file easier when it's hot. Probably they got a big kind of crevice here that I really like to get rid of, but I think it's really tricky to get in there. So we just kind of try to, there's a gouge in there that we just kind of smooth out. And the brass groups up a lot. Brass is kind of sticky. So it groups up the files. Want to clean that up. Alright, got that cleaned up. So the reason why I'm focusing so much here on the end of this is because I want to know that I can forge this to the finish that I want before I go ahead and forge out the entirety of the wand. So for those who don't know, we're making a wand. It's Wednesday. We make Harry Potter style wands today. I decided I wanted to try a brass wand, because I want to get a little bit more familiar with forging brass. I've done a little bit of it, but not much. And tomorrow I'll probably be forging a brass hammer because I want a soft blow hammer. So I'm just taking the opportunity today to kind of play around with it. That's what we do on Wednesdays. We try out stuff. So I want to make sure I can get everything to a finish that I like, and then I'll go ahead and spend the time to make the entire project done. You don't want to start out putting a lot of work into something, and then it turns out one of the last steps it kind of fails. Yeah, you don't want to use red rocks in a forge or in a fire at all. You don't need rocks in a forge though, just dig it, like dirt doesn't burn. Actually, my Danish accent isn't that strong, but alright. Yeah, I am from Denmark. It's there, but it's not that strong. It's not like really Søvndal levels of Danish accent. Alright, this actually is cleaning up nicely, which is a very, very good thing. So I can't get it. So I've just kind of, alright, figured out I can't get it to where I want it to go, and if there's a mistake, I can't fix it and get it back in order. So I'm gonna anneal it now, because we've done a little bit of material manipulation. We're gonna anneal it, we gotta soften it so it doesn't work hard and break on us. It's very important. this is what annealing is when it comes to brass, not steel. With steel, this is quenching and hardening, but this is for brass. When you quench it, it anneals. So I just want to see if I want to spend more time on this right now, or if it's kind of all right for me. Got a little bit of a concave there. I think the rest might be. It might be all right for what it is right now, and we can kind of move on. No, it's within filing. Right, so we're gonna heat it up further down here and start drawing out a piece. It's gonna be a simple piece that we're gonna be working with here, but it should be good. First thing is I'm gonna create a right here we have this edge here. We're gonna create another one down here, and then we're gonna forge it to. I think we're gonna forge it to square. We might keep the hexagonal. I don't know. I'm gonna take the canister that I have in there, that square pipe. I'm gonna take the tip of the part we already forged. I'm gonna put that inside of the pipe, just the tip. God damn. And that's so that piece doesn't get heated up nearly as much as the piece we want to forge. We don't want to risk overheating a thinner piece while we're forging a thicker piece. So we put it in there. It takes off some of the heat, and we lower the risk of overheating. But yeah, just a tip into that pipe there. Very nice handle, thank you. And I think I'm actually gonna just stick with the 500 gram hammer. I could go for. No, we're gonna go with the real hammer. Not real, like a heavier hammer. No, wait, actually. Who was that? Who did that? I can't see the name until someone types in chat. I'm gonna go for this hammer. Omega Dragon. Hey, thanks for the rate. Yeah. Sorry you're late. What are we making today? A brass wand. Forging brass today. It's very good. Been to Copenhagen for New Year's Eve a couple of years back when I was in Town Hall Square. People there are crazy for fireworks. Alright. Alright, we got some heat here. Again, brass is a finicky little thing to forge. You know, we're not brown smithing, we're brass smithing, I guess. Just kind of cleaning up this area here, so that's a little bit nicer, a little bit smoother, a little bit more ready for what's to come. You want to prepare it. I gotta knock the corners off. I don't want to work with hexagonal. Hexagonal is horrible to work with. It is a very nice handle though. Very nice handle. But yeah, for those of you who are watching from Reddit, if you want to watch with a higher quality camera right here on the anvil, go to twitch.tv/Martilo Workshop. I'm always live there when I'm live on Reddit as well. And it is just a nicer experience, really. You can also subscribe to my channel there for $5 a month, and you get some emotes, you get some perks. You get to when you type in chat, it becomes text to speech in my ear, so I can answer your questions while I'm also working. That's why you sometimes hear me answer questions without reading chat. It's that magic. Knocking the corners off here, so you get that rounded up. This is very, very thick brass right now. It's way too thick. We need it way thinner. So we are going to be thinning this down some, but right now just gonna get rid of these corners, kind of round it up. That's better. I'm probably going to want to anneal this now. Hello, Raven. Plenty, Pighead. I thought it was going to sound like Iron Man forging hits every time. Nope, nope. It's not a Hollywood movie. I wonder how Reddit would react if someday I actually just do forge a dildo. One day I just turn on the stream and go, yep, today it's Wednesday Dick Day. Thanks for the sub, Lord Death Hand. Appreciate the support, my man. Hello, Nautilus. Home forge setup. Recommendation on going with 2 to 3 burner propane forges. You only need 2 or 3 burners if you're doing very long stuff or run a very big forge, like a very big burn chamber. And I recommend that you don't do a sword for the first 2 years. So unless you want to run the same forge for more than 2 years for sword making, like I built a 2-burner forge to begin with, and before I forged for 2 years I had to build a new one. I still have the old one for swords, but I haven't used it, and it's only just now I started making swords. But you can certainly build a forge now that can run with 2 or 3 burners to make bigger stuff. Just keep in mind that it uses more propane, it's more expensive for the entire duration that you're not in need of all that extra power. It's good to start with a small cheap forge and then build or buy a bigger one later. But yeah, it's Wednesday. We make Harry Potter style ones on Wednesdays. If you want to take a look at the stuff that I make, you can go to my Instagram, it's Martilo Workshop, or you can go to my web shop, martilo.dk, and check some of my stuff out. And you can also follow the stream on twitch.tv/Martilo Workshop. Twitch.tv/Martilo Workshop. It's a good place to watch. No, I do not. I don't think Forged in Fire is in the future. That show is going to be cancelled by the time I feel like I'm ready to want to try and do that. Before I'm bored enough. How long did you train? I've been doing this for 2.5 years and I'm self-taught. Where in Denmark is your workshop? Oh. What can I forge using my oven? Cake. I actually don't mind forging fire. I know a lot of blacksmiths don't like it, but I enjoy it. I watch it every episode because it's hilarious. It's good fun. And if it's one of the only, if not the only, actual kind of way where blacksmithing has any foothold in like actual blacksmithing or forging has any foothold in modern society, right? Because every time Hollywood, oh, that's too cold now. Oh, all right. Every time a movie depicts forging, it does it wrong. Like there's not a single detail correct. Maybe there's a hammer, and that's like, yes, we do use hammers. And there's an anvil. It's like, yes, we do use those as well. And then everything else is wrong. Like it's not uncommon to see a blacksmith heat up the steel, pull out the steel, cool it off, and then when it's cold and no longer hot, start hammering on it. Why did you heat it up if it needed to be cold? I'm gonna do that exact thing right now. But that's because I'm forging brass, and brass is very different from steel. Oh, I don't know if you typed it wrong or something. That pronounced it specializes. Specializes. That was funny. But yeah, it does specialize in getting stuff wrong. How much does an anvil cost? It depends on where you are and how big of an anvil you want and all that jazz. Craft items and blades field. I'm not sure there are different fields like that. I'm going to be making whatever I want and whatever pays. And of course I have certain things that I want to work my way up towards. Just recently started forging out sword blades. But I have various different things I would like to try and get good at and learn, but years and years in the future. The reason why I took it out and cooled it and put it back in is because brass anneals by quenching. So by rapidly cooling it, I make the steel, I refine the grain structure in the brass, sorry, not steel. I make sure it doesn't crack. That's essentially what I'm doing. If I don't do that step, then when I take it out and I hammer on it, it'll break into 1,000 pieces. It's a way to maintain the structural integrity of the material. Have you made a knife? Yes, I have. Can you make samurai swords eventually? No, I don't want to. I can probably say now that I'm never in my life going to make a Japanese sword of any kind. I have zero interest in them. Just in the same way that I'm very unlikely to ever go and make a Brazilian sword. Like, why? Now we're squaring this up. This is where it'll break if it does, because this is where I'm moving the most material. Hey, Red Queen. damn it. It looks cold. Well, it is freezing. I actually don't know if my thermometer will work now. The shop has heated up a little bit. Yeah, it's 1 degree Celsius in here now. I got something in my hand here. Something is painful. I don't know why. Who this? Manny Destino. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. Good day. Hello, chap. How do you learn? By doing. Exactly, and you use the internet to your advantage. Why no gloves? I don't need gloves. That's why. Like, unless I'm grabbing onto something and going, ow, 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 I don't need gloves. What's the correct form for swinging the hammer? Grab it, 2 fingers, maybe 3, loosely, like you're drinking fancy tea in Britain with the Queen, right? And then you make a triangle from your shoulder with your hammer. Triangle, right? You pull your elbow down, that engages your shoulder, and then you pull your wrist down, that engages your elbow, and then you pull your hammerhead down, which engages your wrist. And you pull it, you ring it like you pull a church bell, like you're pulling a rope. And like this, straight back, a little bit of a distance to the angle so you get a full swing. That's how you swing the hammer. Gotta be careful I don't melt this. So that's how that works. Kender du Bigler? Jeg kender til ham, men jeg kender ham ikke. Jeg har aldrig mødt ham. Men alle smed i Danmark ved, hvem Bigler er. Hello, Bond Man. Fortune Fire is one of your favorite shows? Yeah, it's good fun. Yeah, add Untitled Workshop if you want to make sure I see your question. What are you making? I'm making a brass wand. It is Wednesday, and I forged once, and today we're playing around with some brass. Yeah, proper anvil work height is important, and also make sure you forge the steel hot. Notice how I'm turning the material when I tap the anvil. Just to give myself time to move the material that I'm working. We're moving a lot of material here. We want to be really careful with it. For those who don't know, brass work hardens, so it doesn't like to be hit and moved and all of that. And then every once in a while we have to anneal it, make it soft again so it's not as likely to crack and break on us. And we do that by cooling it down rapidly. That makes brass soft. If we did the same thing with steel, it would make it hard. That's the funny thing about metals. They act differently even though you do the same thing to them. So we're going to heat that up again and we're going to anneal it. And the rule of thumb apparently is to move 1/3 of the material and like in thickness. So if you're forging a 3 centimeter thick piece of brass, you move it 1 centimeter down, you want to anneal it. Yes, all the hammers are different. Do I have a favorite sort of metal to forge? I just like mild steel, really. Mild steel is the bread and butter. It is the king of the hill. It is the thing that makes a blacksmith. Everything else is just for specific purposes, but mild steel is the core and the foundation of blacksmithing. Yeah, we're quenching for metallurgical reasons in order to anneal the brass, so we don't accidentally introduce a bunch of cracks into it and break it, and it just goes like poof. I have had that happen before. It's no fun. And I do intend on making this a relatively simple brass wand. The reason why is because I don't want to put in a lot of effort and detail into something that I might break at any time. So we're just gonna kind of make a handle and make it nice and pointy and be like, yep, done, simple piece, it's very nice, good. So I think I'm actually just gonna, I have that bottom there, and then I have a little bit of a edge there, and I'm gonna round that up and just maybe let it run its course, maybe, something like that. Could put it under the press and do a little bit of finery there. There are options. Oh, yeah. Would cold forging brass crack it as well? Yeah. Are you sponsored? No, I am not. It's just an oil barrel I used to build a forge out of. Just trying to kind of align this center. That's better, much better now. Just a little bit of a cleanup heat. Yeah, I would file in details if I wanted to do something very finicky or small stuff, but I don't find that very fun, so it's not something I want to spend a lot of time on. I like the idea. I'm really big proponent of doing as much work on the anvil as you can, and showing, like, building up skill and ability right here is what I want to do. A lot of people, I feel, when they get into blacksmithing, they get sidetracked by casting and doing Damascus billets and file work and grinding and all sorts of shit. That has, like, it's not blacksmithing. You're doing other things. I want a blacksmith. Oh, annealing. I gotta remember to do that. Especially with these heats here where I'm moving a lot of material, I want to anneal every other heat. What is the most popular item you sell? Probably the leaf necklaces. You could watch this for a while. I mean, well, that's a good thing. I'm going to be here for hours. I recommend that you go to twitch.tv/Martillo Workshop and follow me there so you get notified when I go live every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That's a forced air burner. The air comes in from behind the fly press back there. Hello, Michigan. I'm adjusting the work with my left hand whenever I tap the anvil. So earlier when he started up the stream, we talked about how brass contains zinc and also a little bit of lead, because this is turning brass, so 3% lead, and about being aware of the symptoms of what that does to you. Right now I'm a little bit tired. That is a symptom. I'm also aware that I went to bed at 3 a.m. last night and woke up like at 9. So that's maybe why I'm tired, but you gotta be aware. And if I start to have like other symptoms, I may want to take a break and be like, okay, what do we do now? Right? Want to be careful with how you forge when you're working with stuff that you know to be toxic. It's very, very easy to form cold shots with brass. That's really the main lesson I'm learning right now. As I forge down the corners, they really, really want to kind of fold over and create cold shots all the time. So I have to be much more careful with when I move it, how, and all that. And make sure that everything is kind of plenished. Alright, got that forged down. We need way more, we need to thin it down more up here, but we're just kind of getting the rough shape done. And we have 2 potential cold shots. That's gonna be fun to get rid of. I'm gonna heat that up, gonna anneal it, and then I'm gonna go see if I can't forge my way out of that. Out of those forming cold shots there. Way annoying, way annoying. Forging those corners down. An FAQ won't help me because the people are just, they don't read. So, no one would go for an FAQ link. I've done this since 2013. No one gives a shit about what info I put up there. I can put answers right in the title and people will still ask me, what country are you from? It's in the title, motherfucker. What are you doing? I'm blacksmithing. It's in the title. I used to, it doesn't help. It doesn't help. The solution that has worked for me is to just get used to people asking the same questions all the time. 6 hours sleep isn't that bad. No, but I've gotten like 5-6 hours for 3 days, and I usually get 8 to 10. So I do prefer my 9 hours if I can, or at least 8 if I can get away with it. Dog barking. I can't do that with the. If I run down, I can't leave the forge with this in the forge. It'll burn. It'll melt. She's probably barking at the neighbor if he's doing garden work or something like that. good thing that center ridge that I've created is very big. I want to make that much smaller, so I have plenty of material to try and get rid of those cold shots with the hammer. And if I can't get rid of them with the hammer, I can file it down, and it's okay that I remove that material. Launch drone strikes, yeah. Hello, freaking clutch. Well, currently it's the swords that I'm working on. I'm pretty confident I can forge a sword. It's not that. That's just mostly finish work with swords. That's a problem. Like finishing them up and making them all nice and pretty is what takes a lot of effort. So that's one thing. I'd like to do more structural forge work, gates and stuff like that, but it's tricky. Yeah, I gotta file this down. I have no way of. Yeah, even though it's flat, it's still. I can't. Once a cold shot starts to form in brass, you can't forge it out. It's weird. You have to file it out. Thankfully, it files like an absolute butter cake. Like it's just straight up butter. Pulling up huge chunks of brass. Oh, my arm is just the lactic acid of filing like this. The repetitive motion. Just gotta fight through that. Whew. So yeah, you always gotta. I actually saw a power filer on like the same that Alex Steele had in some of his videos. I saw one of those at auction that I wanted to buy, but it got bid up way expensive because some collector wanted it. And I was like, God damn it, that would have been awesome to have. It's like an HH brand, something. Got huge chunks of brass in here now. They're probably never coming out. So I gotta just keep forging and try and get this down to a size that works well for something like this. Like this is nice and thin. I don't want to thin that down. It's only up here. I want to clean that up. Whoa, that was hot. I actually caught a little bit of a cold shot more there. Yeah, no, forging an anvil sucks. I will probably never forge like a stationary anvil. I will probably maybe at one point forge one for like Viking work, which are like tiny anvils, Viking blacksmithing. Like the historical Viking anvils are tiny because steel was so expensive. You buy anvils because it's cheaper and easier. That's why. Why make a brass sword if brass is very soft material? Because I'm not making a brass sword, I'm making a brass wand. Also, you can protect against oxidation. That's a weird argument. No, I didn't have a hard time finding an anvil this large. This was relatively easy. Anvils in Denmark are pretty readily available. I have 10 of them. I buy them cheap when I find them because I have classes and students here once in a while when there's no COVID. So, how heavy is a tiny anvil? Maybe a kilo, 2, maybe? Yeah, the Viking anvils are tiny. Like remember this size. They're not very big. Just a big lump, a small lump of metal. Very nice, Akers. It's so funny hearing how excited you are about this switch, bro. And I'm kind of jealous. Or envious, rather. I want one too. That's one of the few things that aren't readily available in Denmark. Switch plugs. Yeah, jeweler's anvil shouldn't be a problem. This is starting to slowly shape up. I actually have one. This is one I found in Sweden. This is a hand forged anvil with a forge welded, like it's a stump anvil, forge welded stump. You can see this wrought iron is full of cracks because the welds weren't very well done. It has a steel top here with a horn and a small little pritchel hole. I have Akers about that Charleston thing. Actually, someone wrote me. I don't know if I actually responded to him. Someone wrote me on Instagram about it. I think that was the Charleston school. And then there's the one in the Herefordshire or whatever the fuck it's pronounced. I don't know. I actually meant to anneal here, but I forgot. Just forging this down. Well, want to see here? That's something that looks like a crack. There. And it is. That's the first sign of a crack that I've seen during this. And if it was a crack, I don't know. just a small, like 5mm straight line edge into the. It could have been a file mark, but I don't think I filed anywhere there. But if you see a crack in a workpiece like this, you get rid of it right away because it'll develop and get worse. But I'm gonna anneal now here. What do you set your anvils on? Wooden stumps usually. No, brass is not good for blunt weapons like warhammers, maces, and clubs. Do you know why? Because maces and warhammers are designed to penetrate armor and to deal damage through armor. And brass is a soft metal. It's a soft alloy, which means that when you hit a piece of hardened armor plate with a piece of brass, the brass will deform more than the armor will. Historically, maces and warhammers and stuff were not made out of brass, they were made out of steel, and for good reason. No weapon has been made out of brass in any huge amount. Because there are very few benefits to making something out of brass in that context. Yeah, D2 steel would work well for stuff like that. Anything that hardens is good. Stainless steel is a popular steel because of the anti-oxidation properties, but it's also a pain in the ass to work because of the alloy. And toxic. Chromium is toxic. Yeah, Icarus, please don't say your penis. It's not that magic. But yeah, I take ideas. Just opened up the door a bit more. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Icarus. I have thought about that. Just adding that that beautiful magical color to it through the temper colors. And that is probably one of the things I'll be doing at some point. Yeah, the reason why I opened up was because I started to get just a little bit nauseous, a little bit like and that's a symptom of zinc poisoning. So if I'm getting a little bit too much zinc, I want to open that up. We got a little bit of a breeze today, and the breeze is nice. I should make sure that I do not get too much zinc in my face. just fixing the cameras up. Now, if this doesn't help, like I can feel the breeze in my face now, so it should help if that is indeed the case, or the thing behind it. There we go. Careful. So it's still like the center thing here is a little bit too big, so that's what I'm working down right now. A little bit, so it's smaller than the back piece here. And then I'm gonna get that a nice sharp point is what I want, I believe. So that'll be, yeah, this could be a fucking sword handle. Forging my own pommel and shit. Oh, that would be good. Just a shame I can't use this brass for the Viking sword because the Vikings didn't have brass, supposedly, because we haven't found any. So, can't use brass for Viking stuff. Hello, SMH. C-I-N-C, zinc, the metal, the alloy. The problem is, Grab, that zinc, when you heat it up, forms zinc oxide, and that's the problem. It's the fumes. Right, heating up copper isn't the problem because it doesn't form copper oxides that you breathe in and then kill you. Yeah, very important difference. So if this like sense of this kind of like slight nausea doesn't dissipate, I'm gonna turn off the forge or pull out the brass, eat my lunch, and see what happens. And if that doesn't help anything, I'm gonna stop with forging the brass for the day. Like you want to take that serious when your body tells you something. Yeah, brass is zinc and copper, 30% zinc. Oh, I know what formed that crack. It wasn't a crack. It's because I have marks in my horn and they will leave an indent in the brass very, very clearly. And so it looked like a crack, but it wasn't. I usually don't get nauseous by not eating lunch. I've got zinc oxide talcum powder. Am I going to? You don't want to use that anywhere where you're breathing. Actually, metals don't have any smell at all. I beg to differ. Because everyone knows what iron smells and tastes like. Right now I'm just moving that little ridge here, trying to make sure that I get it nice and kind of straight if I can. Going to want to anneal this soon. What are the marks on your horn for? Oh, the marks on the horn is from the previous owner, excuse me. We use this for chiseling. So historically, or traditionally, you have a hardened tool placed on the face of the animal right here. If you chisel into that, you're gonna break your chisel. Then you have the table right here, and that is soft, and so is the horn. So what people did is that they would chisel on the table and on the horn because they're morons. And they would give so this has a bunch of chisel marks in it all over the place because they use that as a backing for chiseling. Whereas I use a piece of mild steel as an anvil saddle as a backing so that I don't destroy my anvil. So it's just chisel marks all over. A lot of them have been worn down because I've used the horn and it gets worn. So yeah, the places, the tip of the horn and the center right here where I work the most, well, almost all of the chisel marks are gone. It's only the very deepest ones that are still there. Elements or features to put into a wad. Well, we're making one out of brass right now. There are many different things you could do. I don't think I have anything planned, but oh, my elbows. Well, you could do inlays like brass or gold inlays. You can do all sorts of things. I can't come up with anything. You could do obviously pattern welded stuff if you want to. I did do a tentacle once, that's true. The tentacle was like okay. But it didn't quite grab me. Come on, that was funny. Eh. Oh my lord. I'm actually running into a little bit of a problem, and it's the weight of this bar. Brass is pretty heavy. And this thing weighs 6 kilos. So when I'm holding it right here at the tip of the horn, my arm is well, I'm holding that in like an awkward position or something like that. That's 6 kilos in a long bar that I'm kind of like
get tired over time. Good night for those of you who are leaving for the sleep. Thanks for stopping by. For the rest of us, we forge on. We are not nearly done. I don't know where Jotun is today. Gotta ask Miss Bispo. I didn't expect this to become an issue. But my left arm is actually starting to like have a hard time holding it up after 2 hours of holding this. I could of course just take this and use. It's also because I'm not really swinging this much. Right now I'm just kind of cleaning this up. It's a little bit rough, but it's looking clean. No. Doing the laundry too? Alright, alright. So I'm not heating it very much now. Just trying to move this center ridge, or circular ridge, so that it becomes relatively even. I wonder how if I want to end up filing this or leave it as is. I actually have one problem, and it's that the end of this has gotten kind of roughed up by all the forging. I don't know how. Good morning, fuckface. That name. How big is the one supposed to be? Well, how big do you want it? It's got a 30 centimeters is what I aim for. There. That is something I'm okay with a forged finish. Now I want to clean up the bottom of it, the part that we started out with, because that has mushroomed over more somehow, and I don't know why. My only assumption now is something to do with the force that travels through the material. You know, you see bending in the steel, and I think that the force when forging might be traveling through and just bending the outermost little point of that, just because of how soft brass is. But I don't know. But I'm gonna go in here and see if I can't straighten this out a little bit. It's definitely moved because it doesn't match this hammer before anymore, and this is the hammer that I used to shape it to begin with. Right now I have to choose if I want to forge or file this to a nice fine shape, but I think I'm gonna file that if I choose to clean it up some more, because I don't want to thin it out too much more with the hammer and risk it being messed up. So I'm gonna anneal that now, and then I'll move on to the last little bit, and we are going to make this a very simple wand. We're not making anything fancy because we're just trying out how does brass really forge. So the next step is taking and drawing it out to a point. Very, very simple. We got one ridge at the butt, we got another ridge a little bit further up, and then we're just going to straight to a point. Very simple wand, but it should be a very, very pretty one, regardless when it's all polished up and all that jazz. And we can add some more details to it if we want to. Yeah, I forged that brass ring, which is just, I cut a circle off, forged it round, punched a hole through it, done. And this is my only other forge project in brass. Oh, that is smooth. I like it. It works. Wonder how does the, instead of polishing, what does this do? It gives it a kind of like an old brass look. Oh, that would look good as well, just giving it. Could also just not polish it up and just leave it like this. That would be a cool finish too. A little bit wet. Who doesn't like a wet one? Anyway. What's your favorite project and why? I just like forging. I don't have favorite projects necessarily. If I can make something by swinging a hammer at an anvil, I'm happy. So what do you guys think? Should I make it a polished brass wand, or should I leave the patina on there and just kind of give it a little bit of a brushing and clean that up some, so we get that brass finish or look, but still maintain like that a nice old patina. I think that's nice. And on the center ridge or on the back ridge, I want to kind of create some perpendicular push-ins, maybe. That could give it some really nice texture. But now we just gotta, we're almost like, we're close. Just gotta thin out the point, taper that. Yeah, I could polish the tip up. Yeah, that's a good idea. Leave the patina on the handle and then polish up the tip. Yeah. Everyone likes a girthy handle and a polished tip. Also has Bluetooth. Yeah, the one. I don't want to know what you do with your 1 acres, but you do you. Yeah, I could try another one that's polished up. I'm very happy that we hadn't had issues with cracks forming, so I think my process here works well, which means that tomorrow we should be able to forge a hammer, a big ass brass hammer. I'll show you the material we'll be using for that later. Alright, we got a section here heated up. We're gonna thin that down. So now we actually get to forge a little bit, but it moves so fast, it's amazing. The amazing thing about forging brass is the hammer is completely deadened when it hits the brass because it's so soft. It doesn't bounce at all. It just goes dunk, 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 and then it doesn't care. It just kind of like sits there. It also makes sense. It's very easy to move. But if it hadn't been easy to move, it would actually be a really, really hard material to forge because you get no help from the rebound to lift the hammer back up. Look how easily that moves. Damn. Oh, and I'm just on the border of starting cracking there. I did push it a little bit. Just gonna file the corners off where it would crack it. Now we've got to anneal. We've got to be very careful with how we do this now. Because we are moving the material very aggressively. When you are aggressive, it's nice, but you got to be careful. Otherwise, you're going to break things. What use does a brass hammer have? It's a soft blow hammer, which means that it is soft. The brass will be softer than the steel that it's hammering. So it is for stricken tools, like chisels and stuff like that, so you don't ruin the tools. And for for instance, when I'm correcting bends and stuff in the steel, I might want to use a brass hammer. Right now I use a piece of wood, but a brass hammer should work as well. I'm actually almost out of ice. melted all the ice by doing those repeated quenches. How far can you draw a point out? Pretty far. Like as far as I wanted to. Of course, at some point it gets thin and it starts breaking, but pretty far. The nausea went away when I opened up the door, so I think we're good. Gotta figure out what I want to work with afterwards. Ooh, fog, man. Making a brass display stand for this. Do I want to do that? Like, is that something we're gonna do? Do we want to try? Do we want to try doing that? Hello, Squids. Been a while. Yeah, Acres, but think of all the benefits. There are literally none. No benefits at all to doing it. Sounds like a terrible plan. What are we waiting for? To quote Gimli. I would probably make it a little bit more simple than but Hi, I'm doing all right. We're forging a brass wand today. Hope you're doing good during these COVID times. What's my favorite food? Anything that comes in layers. We're not making a brass cannon, no. It's a wand. No, not onions. Onions isn't a food, it's an ingredient, okay? No, it's just a good food. It's a top tier food, but it's not my favorite, okay? Pasta salad is not my favorite food. Lasagna, birthday cake, burgers, pancakes. That's one more other thing, I can't remember what it is. Pizza. Pizza is food in layers as well. Pizza. But an onion is not a food, it's an ingredient. No one eats an onion. Ergo, it's not a food. God damn it. Fight me. Yeah. The pizza I buy is, because I buy like Meat Lover's pizza. So it's bread, a tomato thing, then meat, more meat, a little bit more meat, a different kind of meat, some more meat, and then some cheese. Just layered food. Sandwich is not there. I do enjoy myself a good sandwich. But a sandwich is just a boring burger, okay? And burgers are already on the list. Like, let's be honest. A sandwich is just a cold burger, right? That's what just a cold burger. The weirdest custom work I've done was a pig-shaped burger press. So it was a piggy patty press. hot dogs are not sandwiches because hot dogs are, per definition in the name, hot, which means hot dogs are in fact burgers. But sandwiches are called burgers, so if you take a hot dog and make it hot, it's a burger. Everyone likes a hot dog. What? I read that as penises. Right, so we agree. So burgers are a layered food. Sandwiches are called burgers. Hot dogs are not sandwiches because they are hot, so they are burgers. That's where we're at right now. Grilled cheese sandwiches are just burgers with going. I don't know. I don't have a response to that. Stop questioning my life. Starting to get harder and harder to get the tip into the pipe. If your penis is a sandwich, see a doctor. Yes. What's your opinion on Vikings Netflix series? It's a good entertainment show. It has nothing to do with Vikings. And neither should anyone expect it to be just because it's called Vikings. Oh yeah, do vegans like lambaste vegetarians about eating like honey and cheese? Is that because it's always like they would lambaste people who eat meat, but do they also lambaste people who eat animal products? This is what happens when you don't anneal or when you forge it too hot. Gonna see if I can save some of that. No, it didn't melt off. I forged it too much. So that is me forging it a little bit too much. Before, I was meant to anneal it just now, but I forged it a little bit too much in the previous heats. And that causes it to crack. We can still make something out of it, I think. It's just gonna be a lot more nimble. Depends on the structure on it, the grain structure. Oh, it actually did start to melt. Okay, let me... It actually did start to melt. We can see the... No, I didn't forget to anneal. I just did a forging heat on it. And was meant to anneal now. But it got a little bit... I forged it a little bit too thin. It got a little bit too hot and it broke. It actually melted just right here. You see that bubble there? That's a melted blob. And the rest of the... That's just on one side. The rest of it wasn't strong enough to hold on to it. The grain structure is bad, but it's not way too bad. But it did lose its structural integrity from being just a smidge too hot, and that's of course because I forged it thin as well. We have options. We have options. But I don't wanna, okay, so I'm gonna be strategic about this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this piece and we're gonna draw it out way longer. But we're gonna be careful, we don't wanna start out by drawing out one section really thin. We need to take the thick parts first and draw out. This was really nice though, just needed the tip on it. Shit happens. Oh, it's got a sharp point. I need to get rid of that. I keep pinching myself. You can see how it's kind of inflated. It's actually inflated on like a little bit because of the melting of it. It kind of just deflated. I mean, not inflated, deflated. Well, all right, they didn't want to fire up. God damn it! I just miscalculated that. I should have started using my. What I should have done is that when I should have realized that I was getting down to a pretty thin piece, and start using the tube in there a little more aggressively, and have the entire piece in there in order to slow down the heat of it. But it was going so well that I stopped worrying about that for a while. Is a cold hot dog a burger? Is a cold or a sandwich? Is a cold burger a sandwich? Does food change? Like it's originally a burger. If it goes cold, it's still a burger. It's just a cold burger. So a hot dog is still a burger, but when it cools down, it's just a cold burger then, right? Unless it was never heated, in which case it was a sandwich the entire time. The big question here is, do I have enough mass to actually get a wand out of this? That's the tricky question. Yeah, but how would you attach that? You can't attach mild steel to brass in any easy fashion. I'd have to tap and screw that. Yeah, but I don't have tools for threading. That's a lot of work too. But yeah, you could do that. I just don't have the tools for it. I don't have anything to thread. I don't have any taps. They're surprisingly expensive. Tap and die set. I've tried to get one off of auction for a while, but they always get bought up for like way too much. I should actually eat my lunch now. It was a good opportunity to do that. I'm just gonna heat it up and anneal it, and then I'm gonna do the lunch. Yeah, it does, Acres, but that's not the text-to-speech fault. So that's been quenched. Today I'm not having pasta salad, I'm having a cold burger without bread. Cold burger without bread is what we're having. It's a pasta burger, I don't know. Hello, Chrysalis. Why are you Danish? What the fuck kind of question is that? How many push-ups can I do? I don't know, depends on how much time you give me. Sounds good, Acres. It's very fun when the text-to-speech pronounces it spinach instead of spinach. My ex used to pronounce it spinac and lettuce. Lettuce and spinach. Spinac and lettuce. Like, Acres, I don't kink shame, but that's weird as fuck. Thanks, gigantic sloth. We have plenty of brass. I had like 60 kilos worth of brass. You know what I could do? Take 2 pieces of brass, melt the points of them, and see if I can get them to stick together. I don't know, to get more material. Oh yeah, Mina? Yeah, hi. Hey dog. Mina. Hey friend. Come on, Mina. Wait for it. Yeah, I could, yeah, it's not gonna be structural, so I can just drill a hole in brass and epoxy a steel tip. That's true. That's true. I need to figure out if I want to do that. I have more of Thor's hammers that I need to put on the shop. What do you do? Right now I'm eating pasta salad. When I'm not eating pasta salad, I do blacksmithing. Pitch for the pooch and pasta break, yeah. Tune into my OnlyFans where it'll be pussy and pasta. If I had a cat, that would have been a better. The FedEx delivery guy is going to hate you, Acres. You better have like a cold beer for him. You'll just be standing there in all of your might and be like, come on, man. Why are you being so slow? Yeah, Munoz. Okay, we gotta do a little bit of math. Draw this out by 1/3, which will increase the length of this by 1/3. I opened up the gate, that's why. So that'll draw it out to there. Then I can take this and draw out to pretty thin, and that'll give us. We'll end up with a wand that's it'll be maybe this length when we're done with it. It'll be way too short. We're not gonna unless I take this and make it like way thin and it's just like a straight line, which is no fun. So rounding this up, cleaning it up, and epoxying on a different tip. It could just be brass, it could be steel, I don't know. It's probably a better way to go. Let's try that out. My music died, I need to sort that out. Oh, it got cold in here. As soon as I'm not forging, it gets super cold. What? I just did the thing where it fucked off of the super magically. I can't fucking do this with steel in the forge because it'll melt on me before I'm done. So we're just gonna go with no music. good thing about forging brass is that it gives my elbows a rest. What? Sword blade is forged, finished. Needs to be tempered, or hardened and tempered. But I won't do that until later. I have a lot of other stuff to do. Started a new blade that I want to forge out as well. Got some very deep cracks here. I think we're gonna have to cut off a significant amount of this down to here. I wonder if I can hot cut that easily or if it's gonna fuck it up. But I might as well, we're gonna learn things. So let's try that out. That should give me maybe a little bit of time to get the music sorted. There we go. That's plenty hot. It's actually cutting really nicely. Yes, one arm is bigger than the other. Hello, neck boy, hick boy. All right. Gonna rasp that. Dozen stew was very good. I'm just gonna file it a little bit. It would look like poor craftsmanship. That's what it would look like. The problem with this is that when I grab it with the tongs are rough enough that it'll leave marks in the brass. Like the tongs can actually just put marks in it as I'm not even sure I'm not gonna bother touching that anymore. The rest will have to be done on the grinder and with files to clean it up. But it is forged out. And it does have to flatten that out, drill a hole in it, put a tenon in it. Just gonna anneal it before I move on. See you later, Acres. Alright, I'm just gonna take a couple of heats on the sword. The executioner sword we're making. Just kind of let this sit for a little bit and see if I want to bother with it. It might work out. It might not. Been watching a few hours now, really good to watch. Yeah, glad you enjoy it. We are going to run out of gas soon. It's a problem. A little bit of a problem. It's so fucking cold too. But since we're not forging brass, we can close up the gate a little bit.
to use the fullering tool to widen this out. I could use my fuller just to, might be an easier way to do that. Yeah, the stance should be getting better.
Last week I saw my mental levels taking a massive decline. Found you on Reddit the other day, and watching your streams is helping me. Thanks, man. You're welcome.
If you feel like your mental state is declining, you wanna make sure you get physical or stay physical. You work out. Because that releases a bunch of endorphins into your system, which are helpful. And if you're in the darker countries where we don't get as much sunlight during winter, you want to make sure you take D vitamin, because pretty much everyone has a vitamin D deficit during the winter months here. Now my music died. Oh, it came back. Alright, good, good.
Should get headshots? What?
Fly press with my left arm. That pushing motion there, that's why my elbow is being iffy on my left arm. Most likely.
See you later, Mr. Bingo.
I want to make sure that I don't block out my elbow while doing this. That way it doesn't absorb as much of the shock from going into the steel. Or capping out, whatever you want to call it. Making a sword like this is definitely a pain in the ass. Like this is a lot. Widening that out, that's a lot of forging.
Alright, let's see here. Glad you guys are liking it on the Reddit as well. See you later, Gigantic Sloth. Alright, so I want to change the music up. Just need this to load. Come on. Spotify is so bad. Oh, and now the track changed on its own. Well done. I want to figure out how wide I want to make this. It starts out at 30 mil. If I can get it to 45, flat bar 45, and then get the rest with the fuller up to 5, that would be good. Yeah. But I'm gonna leave the fly press be because my left arm actually doesn't like it. Had to leave earlier. What happened with the broken wand? I just cleaned up the brake, and then I'm gonna think about what I want to do with it. Long and hard, yeah. Dozing off. Have a nice night, Valkyries and Fenrir. But yeah, so the handle is like, or this is what we have left of the wand, and either I attach a different point to it or just kind of leave it be as a forging experiment. I don't know. The problem is when I grabbed it with the metal tongs, it started deforming, taking a bunch of nicks into the handle, and I'll have to spend a shit ton of time filing those out, and it's already a broken project, so why bother? Just cleaning up the tip there, if you will. Didn't you say you wanted that sword to be 50, 70? Well, yeah, 50 minimum. I'm just, when I'm throwing out numbers like that, it's just I'm talking to myself. It should land at about 55 to 60 mil. Working on an executioner sword right now. Specific sword that doesn't need a tip because it's not for frosting, it's for chopping. What's a curse word in your native language? Pølse? Not like the Urukai, they do have a tip, it's just slanted to the side. Just stops at a scrap point. I need more sleep. I need a new handle for this hammer. The handle is too small, I can't hold on to it. It's a problem because this is my main hammer handle. I've spent like a week or so just trying to see if it was a matter of getting used to the new handle, but it isn't. It is just too small. Got a cold shot there. How deep is that? Thankfully not very. Yeah. So, if it is 35, it needs to be at least 30 mil diameter minimum. 34 is probably better, but 30 minimum, and this is 20, like 27 or something like that, and that's just too small. I could chop some of the handle, like I just use it up here, but then it's too small of a hammer and need more of a handle on it, so we need to make a new hammer handle. Have a wooden block here. What width do we have? We have 35 mil to work with. That should do. What length do we want? Motherfucker. The length of this is fine. I want to keep that length. It's essentially there. We wanted something along those lines. So it's 10 centimeters we're gonna take off of this. I know 6 foot ain't my first hammer handle. The real reason why you want the extra is not because you don't know how long you want it, it's because the head might slide down further than you intended. In which case you want to have a little bit of extra so you can still get the original length that you wanted. I think it might have been nicer to just take the leaf spring and forge down for the sword instead. Well, if they don't know, they'll probably ask. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna turn the forge off. Because I'm running low on gas anyway, I'm gonna purge the line. Gonna grab my axe. Gonna check the edge on it. Just gonna clean that up real quick. A wooden stump. It's a little bit tall up here. just hogging off material to get this down to size. You can carve out a handle for a hammer or an axe like this with a small carving axe in an hour or less if you're fast. Can you see the wand? No, because it doesn't exist. Never finished it. It melted. Got a very nice grind on the axe now. Hey Martin. I hope the Twitch camera doesn't mind being sprayed with my wood. Alright, we got this down to a rough square section of what we want. Slightly thinner up here where the head is going to attach. This time around, let's not make it too thin. The bite has such a nice, the axe has such a nice bite now compared to before. Yeah. So I'm gonna start out by making sure that my handle down here is actually pretty decent. Oh, it wants to break a little bit. That's just a thing to be careful of. The way the grain works. I've got a little bit of a twist in the grain. It'll want to just kind of break off near the end there. That's why it's nice to have a plenty long handle. So if the end of it does break, you can just cut that off. You still get a nice handle. Starting off the roughing up of the wood. Alright. Just to make sure, I might go to the grinder or use an angle grinder to shape this up. Because the tricky part is you want to have a flare out, but you don't want the axe to actually cut that off. So that can be a little bit tricky. So essentially right now I'm just shaping it up. I'm not really taking away much material. Just starting to get this octagonal. Keep your fingers out of the way when doing this. Where I get the wood from? I get it from my dad's cousin. He has a sawmill. I got him to saw out a bunch of long ash shafts for me. free of nuts and all that. Very nice. He also does some blacksmithing, but he's getting older, has issues with Parkinson's. It's a long ash shaft. Long ass shaft. Getting closer. Yeah, weed is illegal in my country. Some people can get medicinal, I think. Do I hate you loads today? What did you do? It just does wonders, just changing the grind of the axe a little bit. Oh yeah, I know. I can't disclose anything like that. Alright, we're getting this closer to a size that we can use for something. I'm gonna round up the... Oh fuck, that was a huge lump I took off there. God damn it. That's the risk you run. Gonna round this up a little bit. I'm just kind of shaping this up a little bit, so we hopefully get it. So that way I have the flare kind of done, if you will, to a final kind of size. And then I can just dial everything in based off of that. But I fucked up a little part there. Knocked off too big of a piece. We have plenty to work with, so it's not a problem. But I didn't want to take off that much. But now we gotta adjust all the way around. To get it nice and evenly round. Okay, that's better. Still gotta shape everything else up. Remember, we don't want it to go past, we want it to be that size up there. Be a little bit careful with it. Just want to thin it. I'm going to keep it hexagonal right now. But I'm just going to start thinning it out a little bit on the sides here. I want to have a much more well-curved handle. Right? We all know that it's easier to hold on to things if they're curved. just gonna add a little bit of curvature to this. No, I didn't intend for this to be for the brass hammer. It's for my main hammer. The handle I have on my main hammer right now is really bad. It's too small for my hand, so my hand keeps kind of sliding around on it. So what I'm doing, I'm making a new handle for my main hammer, and then the hammer I made for my main hammer, I can take that and put on the brass hammer because I don't use that much, so the handle doesn't have to be as perfect. If that makes sense. But it's really, really important that you have a really, really good handle on your main hammer. Otherwise, you're gonna regret it if you don't. Which is also why I'm pretty much like, when I decide I need a new handle on my main hammer, I just stop everything I'm doing and get it done because I can't really forge proper until that's done. Like once that's in my mind. Coming off a little bit aggressive there, but now we're starting to get it down to a size where it gets closer. It's still way big, but it is getting closer. Comparing to this, a little bit of cleanup, and it should be about there. I'm gonna move down further on this. I'm gonna keep it octagonal. Not octagonal, hexagonal. Just run these hexagonal lines down the length of the handle. So we kind of get some straight edges to follow when it comes to getting everything to fit nicely. There's nothing wrong with having a long and thin handle, just not on my main hammer. I have a really rough edge here from hogging off material. So we are establishing those hexagonal lines. That's just running along the lengths. They're just cutting off the corners essentially. Gives us a little bit of a line to follow for keeping this relatively straight. It's alright. Just have some rough patches to deal with here and there. But I kind of just want to leave the handle, like the middle section, I want to ignore that because I'm not going to use that much. The important part is that the head will fit straight and the handle will fit in your hand. The area in between doesn't really matter much on the handle. unless you want to choke the hammer, which is a bad thing when blacksmithing. You don't want to choke a hammer. If you're choking the hammer, it means that your hammer is too heavy usually, and you don't have enough strength to use it properly, which means you should go down to a slightly lighter hammer and use that proper. I finished up the last wand there, and it didn't melt. It's a handmade wand, so it does have some, like, it looks like it's melted, but that's from the production of the wand itself, or from the marble itself, sorry. Alright, so we got a start on this handle here. I'm gonna take the corners off of this. Maybe a little bit premature, but just taking these off helps me better understand the sizing that I'm working with. So I don't have these hot spots digging into my hand when I try to hold it. Much more easier for me to feel if the size is good. You might think, why is he putting so much thought into making a handle? But it really does matter quite a bit. Imagine if you're swinging a hammer thousands of times during the day. Every single small parameter matters quite a bit. So if the handle is off by a couple of mil, size-wise, can be a problem. That's so much nicer once you start taking those corners off. And right here I'm going the grain of the wood has changed. That's a thing that's kind of unique to ash wood, is that the grain will change direction all of a sudden. I'm not reading chat right now, so it's only the people who have text-to-speech that I'm actually replying to. That's just because I'm focused on doing this. The people who get text-to-speech are the subscribers. There, that's starting to... Now it's actually a handle. It's still a big handle, but it's there. And this I can actually swing. Right? I know there's no weight on it, but I can hold on to this and it's not going to fly out of my hand. And I'd rather have a handle that's too big than too small. Comparative to this, it seems very big, but it isn't. It's actually about the exact same size, so that's perfect. Now we want to shape up the area up here for the hammer head to sit in. I have a set size in mind, yeah, that I know works. 30 to 35 mil. But it is about feeling. You learn the size handle you need as you forge. This one is currently 38 mil. Right, so 38 mil right now, and this is on the large side, but it's okay. I could forge with this probably. And I'd rather have a larger handle than a smaller handle, because the problem is, this is here. When I close my hand, this is what the sign that I, like, not the sign, the size, right? The size that I have. If I make that same grip on this hammer handle, that's what happens, right? It doesn't actually hold on to it. So I'll answer that question in a moment. So what happens is that my natural way of grabbing a handle doesn't actually fit this handle at all because it's too big, like my hand. So it's too small, which means I have to grab it tighter, which means that if I grab it tighter, I have a firmer grip on the handle, will allow more shock absorption to travel through and up into my hand and my arm. And that is exactly what I felt. That's exactly the issue that I had. That I could feel the shock going into my ring finger and little finger because I had to, instead of holding just with two fingers like this, I had to hold on much more tightly, which means that these connected and allowed shock to travel through, and that's a problem. Besides it also being too small, so it wanted to kind of slide around in my hand. But what was the question? Most difficult part of this process? There's nothing particularly difficult about it. It's just to get it done. We have a little something to take care of, which is getting this handle, hammer off. There was something else about the hammer, the length being too long. Or the length being important. Yes, the length is important. The longer it is, the more difficult it is to swing. Oh, notice this. I actually lost the wedge on this thing. So that handle was failing already because we lost the wedge. That's not a problem, it's just sitting in a new wedge, but Are you for fucking real right now? I make all the tools I can, and how hard it is depends on what tool I'm making. This is a nicely set handle. That wouldn't have come off even without the wedge. This was gonna stay put very nicely. Like with the amount of hammering it took to get that off. It's a bit of a shame, but it's the way it goes. Do it right the first time and you won't have to do it twice. So that's a handle. We can still use that for something else, just not my main hammer. I needed that off so that I could, so I got the hammerhead free to start looking at this. So I don't want to take anything off of there. Two wedges from the top, two wooden wedges is how the head stays in place. Friction. Right, so we just marked this right there. That allows me to just trim this down. There are certain places I don't want to trim down as much, so I'm deliberately avoiding those. And that's just a matter of keeping everything nice and straight. Just 2 wedges. 2 wooden wedges. That's not a problem. What I want to do, I'm just going to mark the where I want the wedge to sit right now, so I can this is how I'm marking where the wedges go, and those 2 lines will also serve as guidelines for keeping everything straight. That's why I just ran the X down the length to get a kind of rough idea. Right, so I can always take the hammerhead, put it up there, be like, okay, where does it need to go? It's all good. Just gonna thin this entire piece down a little bit so we don't have so much chunk up here. A little bit less chunk. I'm gonna try and see if I can't keep it roughly hexagonal actually. You can thin it out a little bit, it gives it more flex. We know how stress risers work, right? In steel, when we forge the steel, we probably always wondered why is it thinner up here and then thicker down here on a hammer handle? This is where there's the most stress happening. It's kind of weird, right? Why do they thin that out? They thin it out because it functions as a stress riser, is my assumption. Right? So when we forge and we have a thin piece of metal, all of the stress, all the kinetic energy that travels through that metal gets kind of or it all ends up where it's thinnest, and that's where it kind of dissipates. So imagine this, you have a hammer handle, you put in a deliberate stress riser between the head of the handle, where the kinetic force traveling through the handle originates, and where your hammer grips the handle, right? So I have my hammer hand here, have the hammerhead here, kinetic force happens here, it travels down the handle into my hand. That's a bad thing, we don't want that. What do? We put a stress riser right here, right? That stress riser, when that energy travels through the handle, it centers around the stress riser and it dissipates there instead of traveling onto my hand. The exact same thing is something we try to avoid in steel when we're forging, but it makes sense to do it deliberately on a handle. As long as it's not too severe and it's not where the head is seeing the most amount of force. Like you just don't want to do it so much that it breaks essentially. Really enjoying using this axe today after giving it that little regrind. Doing a wonderful job of shaping this up. I'm getting a lot more like clean hewing action on this when I'm going to do the cleanup than I did before. That's what makes this much more enjoyable, because that was one of the more annoying things No, I'm not too cold as long as I keep working. It's not too bad. The forge doesn't actually give me much heat, generally speaking. It is mostly the working thing. It does help, obviously, but it is mostly me working that keeps me hot when I'm out here. Remember, the temperature in the room, even with the forge on, these days still don't exceed 5 degrees Celsius. Like, there was 1 degree out here last time I checked when the forge was on. Alright, so we got a really nice... Oh, this could also be the handle. It's just a little bit too small, unfortunately. That's a really nice... Yeah. Anyway, that's where we want to kind of get that shaped up to. Now it's a matter of bringing this into line. Who this? Shuby Pie guy. 5 months subscription. Welcome back, man, into the workshop. Appreciate that support. Very nice of you. While I'm doing this, let me just ask you guys, how are you enjoying the text-to-speech thing that I set up? Like, it's only been running for, what, a couple of weeks? A week or two? And I wonder if like, I've had some positive feedback on it, but I wonder what you guys are thinking after it's been running for a little bit. Yeah, all subs gets text-to-speech in my ears. I just don't put it on stream because that's annoying as fuck for everyone. But I can hear what you type out if you're subscribed. That's the benefit of being a subscriber. It's annoying sometimes, mostly when I'm talking and saying something and then all of a sudden it starts speaking to me and I'm like, no, don't interrupt me. But that's just a matter of kind of, you might notice I'm sometimes talking and then I'll stop talking. That's because it starts saying something. But I try to overcome that. It takes some getting used to, but it's alright. The other time is when I'm doing something that requires very much focus and people are talking. That's kind of like, no, shut up. Especially if there's a conversation going on that isn't, like, it has nothing to do with me, then it becomes kind of like, why am I listening to this? But that's just the way it is. I think the benefit is pretty good. Yeah, the high amount of emojis can be a little bit. But if it's a good, like, if it's a good benefit, if it increases the engagement that I can put into the stream, that's a good thing, right? While still getting work done. Like, imagine if I'm at the grinder, grinding something. I'm doing pretty good. But if I'm at the grinder or away from the camera, I can still interact with the chat. Like, this entire conversation is only possible because I have text-to-speech on. If I didn't have text-to-speech, I'd have to stop and read the chat every, like, minute or so in order to keep up. All right, we still have a little bit of room to go. Yeah, for the most part, I feel like it's alright. Okay, I still need to thin this out some. Yeah, so I'm not satisfied with. I recently broke my main hammer handle, like the handle on my main hammer. And then I make a new one, but it's a little bit too small, and that comes with a bunch of issues if it's a little bit too small in the circumference. I have really long fingers, so I need a very, very wide handle. Most people wouldn't want to use a hammer handle that I have made for my hand. Oh, did I make this too thin now? Oh, no, not really. Alright, very good. Right, so we're starting to be able to put this on there. Closely, but not quite. Whoopsie doodle. This is gonna be a long ass handle though. There are some people who use this long handle. It's just ash wood. This is, for instance, where I want to have a brass hammer, because it won't break the wood as much. But I do not have a brass hammer, so we are going to have to use. Where the fuck did that go? Oh, over here. Just kind of. That's how you set this down. Okay, we have quite a bit of movement to go. I don't know. I'm wearing steel-tipped boots or carbon fiber-tipped boots, so it's not a problem. When am I streaming? Every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. My music died. Let me see here what it says. I've been completely ignoring the Reddit chat, so I gotta. Oh, it's super quiet too, so never mind. Why did my. Oh, it's just silent. Let me skip that. There we go. Still have quite a bit of adjustments to do here. Hey Barnott. If I had been a little bit more careful in setting this up, I would actually have a really pretty handle here. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of weird friend nicknames. Kitchen bitch, sausage guy. Girlfriend but not girlfriend. I don't know. We need to give Miss Bispo a nickname too. Otherwise people are going to continue to think that she is somehow my girlfriend. Round peen girl? No. second, Mibus. Oh yeah, you're the camera dude, that's true. Now we're just fitting the hammer head on there, and we're being very careful. We don't want to remove too much material. It is long, but I'm deliberately leaving it long, so I have plenty to remove if I have to. I don't think this lump here is gonna stay, but we don't know. We got a nice tight fit there. We just want to make sure we get all the way on there. It's halfway through now. Can I? How do I? Should also dress the hammer before I actually handle it. It needs to be redressed. Yeah, so we're about halfway through. Should be good enough. You can see where it kind of bites in a lot. Oh, my music died again. Why? Oh, there we go. I can go in here, just take some of that off. It's just grinding it so it's nice and neat for the work you need to do. Alright, we have 1.5 centimeters still. Head is looking good. Yeah, it mostly wants to dig in the front, that's alright. I'm gonna take off in the back there. A little bit here. Alright, that's looking better. Can hear on the hammer the sound when you hammer down here if it's all the way down. Alright, we still have a centimeter. Gonna give it a little bit in the back here. A little bit on the side here. I'm gonna shape off. I would like for this to start shaping up nicely soon, but it is taking its sweet time. But I am also being very careful with it. That didn't do much at all. So I gotta go in and I set that up a little bit too far up. That's a long ass hammer though. Way too long of a handle. I'm going in a little bit more aggressively this time around, which should allow this to come all the way down where we need it to. Don't want to take off much here in the front, just a smidge. There we go. Let me see here. Well, it's a little bit off, but that's all right. Yes, I do, but I don't use it because this is nicer. Remember, I'm a blacksmith. I swing my right arm all day long. So doing this is nothing. Yeah, Bispo, yeah. It's like you are all these things and you're also incapable of seeing it, so therefore we are right. Personality tests are such like, it's not even pseudoscience, it's just not even science. It's always funny, like the people who put like you get that personality test with like 4 letters, and you're like, that's just, if you put that in your profile or something like that anywhere, that's just you signaling to everyone that you're dumb. Because they're not like that. Those personality tests have been debunked. They don't work. They don't mean anything. Alright, we're getting closer. It's still a little bit off. Half a centimeter. Takes a lot of work to get this down here. But also did not shape up the corners on that one, so that makes sense. Oh, we got a little bit of a crack here, that's interesting. Oh yeah, it's called the Myers Briggs, right? I once matched with someone, like, or actually I've done it several times on Tinder, where the first thing they go is ask what kind of my star sign is, and I'm like, like, what the fuck are you on about? Right, if my personality is determined by my star sign, you should be able to tell my star sign based on how I act, right? Yeah, zodiac signs, that's what it's called, yeah. I'm never giving out my zodiac. Because it just buys into the idea that it holds value. I'm spending a lot more time fitting this up than I usually do, but I'm trying to make sure I get a really good fit. Really having a hard time getting the last little bit fitted up here. So close yet so far. I need to take off of the sides, yeah. Oh yeah, very clear, very good. Such a tight fit. Normally you can kind of slide it all the way down there by the time you get close. But this is still entirely needs to be hammered in there. But that's good, I guess. That's straight too. Nah, relatively. There's a crooked handle, so I'm gonna have to do on that side with the burn mark. No, I didn't think of a name for my sword. There we go. The burn side is one where I need to take... Oh yeah, that bites in quite a bit. I'm actually starting to get hungry. I could ram some food down my throat. God damn. Why is it so crooked? I just need to tip that down to the right side, and then it's good. Fuck, that's tight. Of course, now I can't remember which one it is. Which side did I want that to go down on? That sits like this, so it has to be that side. Yeah, alright. No, we are not. Oh, hi Binan. Please be straight. Fuck. Alright, that's good enough. We got that far enough down that I can work with it. So now it's a matter of getting the rest of the handle shaped up. I kind of just want to leave the handle head on, hammerhead on there to kind of get that shaped up. So we're gonna take this a little bit further up because the handle is a little bit long. We're just gonna shape that down some. Get it down to a good handle thickness. It is a little bit much. And we are going to be very, very careful with how much we take off. Very, very little on the sides here. Caught myself in the apron there. Just so happy with how much better this axe hews after I get that better grind in there. Just a shame that it caught on there a little bit, so I gotta clean that up. There we go. That axe is super sharp. It should be. All right, that's a nicer. That's better. Want to clean that up now. Good afternoon, Plantita. That's very nice. Congratulations. Go drive cars now. It's funny sometimes when the emotes gets mixed into the messages. I'm typing as fast as I can, crying face. I just calculated the price of a Cybertruck yesterday. It costs, like straight out of, like from Tesla, it costs 250,000 Danish kroner. After Danish, like taxes on cars is applied, it costs 500,000 Danish kroner. They literally double the price of the car. It's insane. It's insane. Madness. Oh, careful not to mess this up. Gotta go in and clean that up from the other side if it starts to catch on the grain. What paste? What? Yeah, I calculated it based off the 2021 taxes. And this is electrical vehicles. Or I didn't calculate for the electrical. I don't know what electrical vehicle taxes are. It was just a regular car tax. There used to be cheaper taxes on electrical vehicles, but they rolled those back, I think. Which is just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, let us have our man toys. Like, what is this? Alright, we're starting to shape up the handle here, thinning it down some more at a good length. Good long handle. Got plenty. My dog was barking at something. I'm not gonna thin this down anymore. Now it's just a matter of just gonna take the sharp corners off of this so we don't get any hot spots. There we go. So we got that rounded up. How does that feel? I guess a rough rounding, but it's there. Okay, we need to round it up a little bit more, but size-wise, that is something we can work with. I know the hammer head isn't set on there yet. Now, if you fit the hammerhead well, it'll stay on there even though you haven't wedged it in. It'll take a little while for that to fall off. There's a clip of it breaking. I clipped it for you guys. You guys are so bad at clipping things. I have to go in and do it afterwards for you. Like, I bet no one clipped when I pulled out the brass wand that broke today. So right now we're doing some some carving here, just rounding that up some, making sure it gets nice to hold on to. We don't want a hot spot. Hot spot is just a kind of a riser in the handle where stress will accumulate and be painful for you. The shock will kind of concentrate there. We don't want that. There, very nice. It's a little bit square still, but that made it nicely rounded. So I could probably start forging, like with this handle here, I could probably start forging. It might be a little bit big for me, but we're gonna figure that out. It might also be a little bit long compared to the old one. Yeah, it's actually quite a bit longer than the old one. That's all right. What we're gonna do is we're gonna clean up the center or the area in between where we've got a nice clean handle. Subscribers can post links. That's another subscriber perk. Moobot doesn't fuck you up if you post a link. But clips should have been whitelisted. I don't know why it isn't. That is true. Drawing knife would be useful now. Only if you like using a drawing knife. I don't. good carving axe and a blacksmith arm can do a lot of good stuff. But yeah, if you're not used to like swinging a hammer all day long, you might get tired of swinging an axe as well. And then a draw knife or bent knife, whatever you want to call it, is nice enough. And I spent a little bit longer on it today than I normally would because, well, main hammer wanted to be nice. I think you wanna. Jumbo, Bina. Mostly doing this to take off some weight, just making it a little bit more nimble. If I do want to choke up on the handle, making it a little bit thinner is nice. Because this handle is long, and I might just keep it long, and then just make sure I can choke up on it for a little bit more control if I want to. The idea of keeping a handle longer, or the one reason to keep a handle longer than it should be, is so you can practice running a longer handle. A longer handle comes with the benefit that you can exert more momentum into your swing, so you can hammer harder with a lighter hammer. But you pay for it in control. You don't get as much control over your strike. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything super focused right now. You can always post it on the Discord. There is a channel there dedicated for clips. So post it on the Discord and send the guy over there. If it didn't, it's probably already posted there though. Whenever I make a clip, I always post it in there. Alright, so we're slowly, it's got a little bit of a twist in it here. That's not too long of a link. Looking down the length of this, trying to make sure that got it relatively straight, no twisty. It's decent enough. So long as right now it's just held in by friction. Later we'll put wedges in there later. This is a good, much better hammer handle compared to this thing. This thing would slide out of my hand all the time because it's too small. Like it's, yes, I'm making that motion. Don't clip that. Whereas this one, this is big and easy to grip, so I can swing that nicely. And even if it's too long, I can cut it off and still have enough mass in here to really do that thing. And I think I'll leave this square because it'll tell me if I'm moving my hand up, and then I can always go back down here. I'll clean this up after when everything is kind of said and done. For now,
I don't. You don't have to do anything. All right, so we gotta take the hammerhead off. We gotta get the wedge done. The wedge. Make a wedge out of a hardwood. What I have here is a bit of oak that I've used for various different wedges. We just have to break off a piece of that. Wonder if that works. Probably not. How long of a wedge do I need? I just need this to kind of latch on to here. There we go. Got that split off. So we can use this for the smaller wedge. We can use this for both wedges if it's big enough. So that's gonna be there. And then that's gonna be there. So it's, yeah, if we start with that, that's gonna be big enough. And yes, this one we carve as well. This is where hammer control is really nice to have, because it also allows you to not chop off your thumb. A nice sharp edge, X, so you don't have to chop very hard. Gives you added control. And we just shape this wedge slowly but surely. I don't know if that's weird, Nim, but you should probably get some food then. You're probably getting a response to like vegetables being chopped. Like, what's it called? The Pavlovian whatever response. Yeah, I know. I give the best advice. I'm hungry. Should probably get some food then. You're welcome. You get the invoice in the mail. This is a very, very wide piece of wood. I would like to thin it out some. That's gonna be a little bit annoying to try and do. I wonder if I can do it top this angle here without breaking it. That's what I'm gonna make my OnlyFans about. Advice. Life advice. There are one of two solutions to every problem. Either you need to hammer someone or something, or you need to get hammered. It's how that works. Oh, I gotta be careful when thinning this out because it'll break so easily. Hey, Epic! It's not a belt, motherfucker. God damn it. I haven't missed him. I'm just looking forward to him coming back with a knife design, okay? Nim, that depends on how good of a friend you are. I probably wouldn't. But that's just because I'm a cheap bastard. I don't even subscribe to people on Twitch. I don't want to give Twitch money. They already take a big enough cut out of my own paycheck. And Twitch won't even give us like ad-free viewing when we're partners. It's ridiculous. They were actually touting that they were going to be like giving partners ad-free viewing, and then they rolled it back right at the last minute. Such a joke. All right. So there. Let's mark that out. Fuck. I saw where they landed, but I just remembered as they flew up into the air. Don't do that. Because my floor is full of wood chips, I'll never find them again. But I got them. We got the wedges, they're a little bit rough, but that's fine. We need some glue. I wonder if does this freeze? gonna take the axe. And all we're gonna do is we're gonna take this, maybe on here instead. Just mark it in two, so we give a little bit of a line. We already did it earlier, we're just gonna do a little bit again. So we have a starting point for this. Start out with the bigger wedge. That's actually a little bit too small, but it makes sense, don't worry. Let's see if this will actually work. Oh, it's not frozen, okay. I am, on the other hand, very much frozen. Oh, it's cold. So we got that little bit of a line there. And if we're lucky, we should be able to get this started without breaking the wedge. We just split the wood inside of the hammerhead. Now, some people will make a curve where they cut a line. You don't have to. It's actually not a benefit to create a curve, because it just means you need that much wider of a your wedge just won't sit as nicely. Okay, I'm gonna need to adjust this. Get rid of the glue and make this a little bit thinner before I freeze to death. But you also don't want to make it so thin that it collapses when you try to hammer it in. So it's a fine balance. Alright, that's a little bit better. I'm gonna re-glue it up. This gives us a very tight fit when we do it like this. I think we got it started now. We did. It's a little bit crooked, but that's fine. Bye, Bramwell. And then it's very important you don't hammer the wedge in, because it'll break the wedge. You gotta do it like this, where you take the hammer upside down against the anvil or something like that, and just hammer that in like this. And I'm breaking or wedging the wood as I do this, which means I get a very, very tight fit. And the wedge will break when it can no longer be pushed into the handle, right? So now the wedge is broken over. That means it won't want to go in any further. I'm gonna get rid of the excess wedge, and I can do that over here. Hopefully. And so this is what I like about using a carving axe for this, is that it is the only thing you need to use for this. Nothing else. You can make this, you can handle a hammer with nothing but a carving axe. Make the handle, make the wedge, and set the wedges as well. I just used a little bit of glue because I do need this to be as permanent as I can. And I might give it a metal wedge later if I have to. But I don't generally have to do that. It's only when the weather heats up and the moisture changes. Gotta get this set down and started. There we go, that's nice and tight. So we can turn that around. Oh, it didn't quite start yet. Didn't get all the way down on both sides. It's a little bit off. It's sitting in the other wedge, it's not started into the handle yet. So let's see if this will work. It's not quite doing what I wanted to. Yeah, it just split in twain, so that's a misstep. That's because we have too much excess wedge on here still. I need to remove more of it. And I need to remove it without chopping it off out of the wedge, right, or out of the handle. So that takes a sharp axe and a careful cut. There we go. Got glue everywhere, but that's fine. Now we can do this again. Just want to make sure that this actually sits as far down as I can. It might have moved a little bit, so we're just gonna do this. That barely moved anything, that's fine. That's good. Just getting ready so that it has a clean handle for it. I'm gonna make a new wedge. Got a piece here, very good. It's a little bit thinner than the other one, but it's got a good size for it, so let's take that. It's gonna lob that off there. Press that down. There we go. That's excess, we don't need that. Take this. You want this to be flat on the top so that when we press it in there, we don't give it an uneven push and break it. So just make sure you clean that up some. Just a smidge. And then you just make sure you actually get a good wedge shape on it. Just get that down to a point that is strong enough to withstand the force, but pointy enough to actually go into the wood and start splitting it. Alright, careful. I need to thin it just a smidge more. Yeah, that should probably do. Maybe a little bit on the thick side, but it's alright. Take that, give it some glue. Try again. This wedge here is a little bit big, but it'll fit just exactly, I think. Making sure to get it in here so we can see, does it fit or will it break? It will break. Let's try and take the axe here and see if we can't just get rid of the excess up here. We just split this. There, we split that off. So now we should be able to take this and start wedging that in, hopefully. A little bit uncertain about that, but we'll try. Shit, that didn't work. I wonder why. Like, I think it's because I don't have enough spare room. Or maybe that was too thin. Because it was wobbly at the end and then it broke. Right at the point. What I'm gonna take is a chisel. Because the axe can't get into the eye. So I'm gonna just take this chisel here and make sure we actually get this started nicely. That way it's easier for it to get wedged in there and it'll have more support when the bigger forces needs to be applied. There we go. Normally this isn't a problem, I'm just fucking around with these. The cold is starting to get to me. Been going for 5 hours now. And it's 20 to 5 p.m. But I do need to get this done so it's dry for tomorrow. Would be very nice. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to split this down the length here. Come on. It doesn't want to do that. Lost a bit of the edge. So it doesn't want to bite in. Where did it land? There. Alright. Then let's do it like this. See you later, Nim. There we go, we got that split. I can definitely feel when you're chopping into the oak, it's not nearly as nice as carving the ash. The axe wants to get stuck in the oak, that's why. This is... I gotta clean this up. Just a smidge. That's too big, so we're gonna take some of that off on the side here. That's fine, that's good. That evens that out as well. Getting us down to the thickness we want to be able to wedge that in. I think that's good. This extra stuff we have up here, I think it should be alright to just kind of, we just remove that afterward.
So we should be able to just give it some glue and start getting that in there. It's a little bit long, so it might cause us problems. We're gonna try. See if we can't get that in there. I want to get it into a specific mark I have on here. Oh, that's crooked. That's gonna give us a problem. I'm gonna have to grind that straight. Where the fuck did it go? Right, it popped out of there. This is annoying. Come on, do the fucking thing. And that broke the wrong direction, so now that's too small. And this shut off, so now it's gonna start playing music somewhere else. Open that back up, hopefully it'll reconnect. There it went. Last time we did this, it just worked, there was no problem. This mostly comes from me using a block of oak here that was in a weird shape. So me trying to get the shape of the wedge done. It's being a little bit pissy because if it's a slight bit off and when you hammer it in, like if the planes aren't straight, then you exert the force crooked and you just break it. So then I have to run around chasing edges and lines to try and make it nice and straight so it doesn't break. We'll get it there. It's just taking 20 minutes longer than it should. Alright, that's that straight line. Now we gotta make it a wedge. Slowly but surely. So what is this? The fourth wedge we make or something like that? And we only need two, but we just haven't been able to get them done. This one is slippery as fuck. The cold, I can't hold on to anything because it's so cold. God damn it. There we go, we finally got a decent grip on this side. See if I can get it done over here. All right. All right, we got that set like pointed, but it's a little bit fat, so it won't be able to go in far. So we need to slim it down some. And the shape of the wedge is important because if it's not shaped right, it won't go in right. Then you're just wasting time. We should be getting there now. I am confident that I will be able to get something done with this. Has all the stuff that I wanted to have. Pointy tip, sturdy construction. Let's try that again. If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna do something else. Got the right size on it. And a smidge of glue. Hey Vega. Turn this camera over there. Right, so that's set in there now, slowly. Now it's just a matter of getting it to move without breaking. Fuck my life. Fuck it. Like, fuck it, we're cheating. These are, well, they're round, they're barrel wedges, steel. And usually what I like to do is I like to wood wedge it, and then when it, with a cross wedge, and then when it loosens up, I'll throw one of these in. I could just leave the one wood wedge in that I have and be like, yep, I'm gonna forge with that.
But I'm not sure I want to do that. I could throw one of these in. Fuck, it's cold. It isn't moving, so I might want to just leave it and then save this for if it starts to loosen up when the weather gets hotter, and then I can drive this in, and that'll wedge it in. Even though it's a little bit big for this handle, but it should do the trick. So this wood has been sitting inside. It's been snowing, so it's been freezing. When it's freezing, the humidity is low, so this shouldn't loosen up this summer. So I think I can drive this in right now, just to give it that extra. Otherwise, I can always lop it off and put it on again a little bit further down. And this is the exact same procedure. Get it set in there, like so. Turn it around and force it in. The only difference is a steel barrel wedge is not gonna break. So this will be driven in all the way. It has no choice. Well, yeah, we're gonna force it in. We're not gonna ask nicely. This we can also hammer in like this because it won't break by a strike that's a little bit off center or anything like that. You can just go ham on it. That's fine. A lot of people hate these barrel wedges. I don't know why. They're super good. Provides even pressure all the way around the eye. I think it's because a lot of people are like, oh, we can't get the handle off again. I'm like, bitch, what? Use a saw. Okay, the hammerhead tilts a little bit down. Yes, tilts a little bit down. And that's just because there's a lot of weight there, so that's very typical of it. But that's fine. It's a long handle, but it'll allow us to holy fuck, that fuck is cold. Allow us to adjust it as we please. For now it's too long, but I don't want to spend any more time out here because it's too fucking cold. We do have a functioning hammer now, even though it's a very, very long handle. It takes a lot more to move it, but it will also strike harder with more momentum. But I trust it. This will stay put. If it doesn't, we'll just redo it once again. For now, we're gonna be done. I'm low on gas. That's why. And the tank freezes over. And it doesn't really help that much. Like, I mostly keep my heat in here when I'm working. Swinging and moving and all that. As soon as I'm doing something where I'm standing like kind of still, like small movements like this, I freeze like hell. We saw it when I made the tomahawk handle outdoors. I had a bonfire next to me. That doesn't really do shit. If I was doing big chops, it was fine. If I was sitting doing fine chops, I was freezing to hell. So it is just a matter of moving heats up more than not moving. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call it a day. We still have a little bit of cleanup here in a moment. but I'm gonna call it a day, and I need to set these to. I'm gonna stop the music now. I need to set my things to charge. Stop it. Alright, that's running wrong. Oh, gotta do it over here. Got the music stopped. There we go. Take these off, wipe them clean from oil. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna look at my sword, not like the one I forged, not the other one. And I will get some hot chocolate and some food. But I do need a few little things to do here. For instance, I have a this needs charging, and that needs to connect to somewhere. Shut up, dog. Are they charging though? Yes, they are. Very good. Whew. The hammer is just gonna go over on the shelf. So it's ready for next time. That'll be tomorrow. If it's not. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Would you fuck off, dog? You whiny piece of shit. Jesus Christ. Gå ud. Until tomorrow, take care. Do good stuff. Yeah.